Oh, we've lost him. Austin. Austin. exhausted. we've lost him. we've lost him. Testing. Alright, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, like I said earlier, that we were going to be doing this at 1 o'clock in the morning, which is very unusual, but also, we're also going to go ahead and we're going to watch the time. We're going to also go ahead and watch the time change to 3 a.m. and this show will be underway. Hey, we go play WMMJ.
Doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is located in your new vehicle.
Well, the Baltimore Odyssey cluster is going slowly but surely. Hey Google, play WMMJ.
Streaming magic.
Alright, I don't want to play those for too long though. Alright, so as you can see here. Wait, does WMMJ not work? Hold up. Oh, I guess they must have went silent early, didn't they? Alright then, I guess they must have went silent early for their test. Okay then, that makes sense. Okay. And after this, I'm going to give the Jacksonville Cox Media Cluster one last chance to test. If it doesn't run, then they're done. Well, that scared me. That scared me. Okay. Anyway, what was I gonna say? These streams have gotten more stupider than ever. Okay, so I'm gonna give all these streams here one last chance. Apparently this went to daylight time early. Okay. I'm going to give the entire... Okay. The whole Cox... Alright. Actually, Alright. I'm going to... Nope, TEL is not happening this week. Alright, folks, that is it. The Cox Media Cluster in Jacksonville is no more as of tonight. So we're pulling Jacksonville Cox Media from our list as of tonight. We will eventually take care of it after we leave the air. So I did actually completely revise the community post of all the tests and include every other thing. So you know this includes. So we're kind of going to be on the air at the like usual time. We're going to kind of treat it as like a special show. However, it's actually going to be a little shorter. as well, because I mean it makes sense too, since we're losing an hour of sleep because of this, and I think, why don't we do the same for the Sunday test show? Now it's going to be right after those stations in you know, what you call it? Yeah, those stations in Springfield and everything like that. Yeah, after that, that's really it. There isn't any more, gonna be any more tests for like half an hour or so. So I may actually consider ending the show there at that point. But then again, we'll see what ends up happening. And I'll talk a little bit more about the ongoing severe weather outbreak in a little bit as well, following the Boston iHeart test. Hey Google, play WYCD.
Streaming 99.5 WYCD from Odyssey.
Yep, that's going to be our next one. And while we're at it, and because the automation won't be interfering, I'm going to go ahead and prepare WBZI for afterward. Alright, here we go. Nope. BYN is not happening either. Looks like WTOP did announce the time change. BZI might be testing early again. Hey Google, play WOL.
Streaming Newstalk 1450 WOL from Odyssey.
Because that's going to be the next one coming up.
Macy's one-day sale is going on now with great deals of the day to get prepped for the spring season. Like 40% off wardrobe refreshes from Style & Co. and 40% off the perfect bags and wallets to complete your look. Plus get 50 to 60% off kitchen and dining essentials from Hotel Collection, Oak, The Cellar, and more. Star Rewards members earn rewards even faster during Macy's Star Money Bonus Days. Savings on sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
The show, you that are in the New York area, beat me to the Saturday Action Rally in house at the House of
Now again, a lot of the automations, because this are going to be altered, so I have to start them manually. Now again, y'all should have forwarded your clocks to the daylight time. In fact, we'll hear also a little bit later on, in the place of WLS, we will hear KZZ81 say Central Standard Time for the last time before it forwards to Central Daylight Time. But that will be right at the beginning of the next set of tests, which again, the automations will be altered, so I'll have to start it manually. Alright, here we go. Looks like John has actually failed to log all the DC1 tests. The only test he logged was Y80. But again, I want to just pass along the note to the group for a little. Yeah, that's so yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should try WBBM for the time change. I don't know what we'll try, but we'll see what we can do. And again, I did say that both EMFs tested this morning, well, earlier this afternoon, I should say. So, oh boy, things are getting really fishy out here. It's gonna feel a lot. I mean, it's already feeling a lot different tonight because, I mean, like I already said, a lot of our schedule is being completely altered because of this time change. So let's recap what had happened. So of course I got the time going to Eastern Daylight Time. Maybe a little later on I'll place some of the virtual rough-hang cameras on the Eastern time zone that are forwarding the clocks. And because of this time change, I don't really think this will be affecting anything else. So yeah, as part of this, I don't anticipate that this will affect anything else. Nope, SRS is not happening this week. Again, because of the time change. BZI never tested, of course. Now again, like I just said, SRS is not happening this week because of the time change. So I know there's going to be a bunch of the usual 1 a.m. stuff, but those we can ignore because we know those are not going to happen. Now again, there is a good reason why I want to document this experience, is because I'm hearing that there's going to be a lot of potential plan to permanently permanently stop the blocking third-party ink printers again. the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. That's what a lot of the stuff here is. In fact, all over this Microsoft News thing today, they've been talking about, again, stores closing down, how the final season of Young Sheldon, and they're already talking about the final season of Young Sheldon and NCIS LA. And in fact, NCIS LA will be ending this spring. Talking about a non-HP chip with a newer reused HP. So that's talking about that printer thing that's been going on. And then also there is, so yeah, they're talking about how, talking about the coming series finale of, well, the end of NCIS LA, which will actually have its final episode debut in May. So toward the end of May, that's when the finale of the show will air on CBS. And in fact, it will air as a two-part. It'll air as a two-part double episode feature. So it'll be part 1 will debut, I believe, on the 16th. I think it was, yeah, on the 16th, and then on the the week after, that will be the second and last part of the story, and it'll be the proper send-off of NCIS LA. And I heard they're actually making a little tribute documentary to the show, and I'm pretty sure it's most likely going to be on Disney Plus, from those articles I've been reading about the same thing. But that, after all, I mean, I know a lot of hardcore fans are sad that it's going, but I mean, we've reached the end of the story, so. Okay, they are doing programming.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to ask you, what is the purpose of developing some kind of a genetic weapon to take out world leaders?
I read an article from 1970 in a publication called the Military Review, which was discussing about how the atomic had been cracked and they could now develop ethnic weapons. This was a military journal, and this is long before
And I will be applying the changes as early as tonight. I don't know if you heard, but apparently Crazy Train was getting started. Oh my gosh, that's how much fun all that was. Okay, so now that we're done, we are going to go ahead now and we're going to get ready for the New York test. But first off, this is everything that has happened so far. It's mainly all within Jackson now. In fact, there wasn't even too much at all, which actually kind of surprises me. And so far, the compilation is only at 40 minutes. So I'm again merging the stuff from tonight and all of overnight. We'll discuss what's going to be happening later on this evening, in addition to the possibility for it happening again tomorrow. We'll be discussing all that a little bit later on. Well, first let me go through some of the remaining stuff. So Sky Blue's forwarding his clock an hour. Here's Storm Services time lapse.
And it's on the East Coast,
Nope.
DraftKings.
Nope. BZFM is not happening. Slowing the radio reviews intro down. Slowing it down really slow as he goes through a massive time lapse of setting all of his radios to daylight saving. Oh yeah, and I will have to pull North Country up manually again because remember, the automations are not going to work.
This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 12:47 p.m. Central Standard Time. The current time is 11:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6 miles an hour. The current time is 9:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here is a look at the weather features.
Yep, that's it saying Eastern Standard Time for the last time.
There are thunderstorms.
Right at 3 a.m.
The current time is 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yep, it already,
There are thunder.
yep, he caught it right on time. It already went ahead and said 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, not... Oh, Carol Holmes Montgomery. Okay, well, we can work this out, what we're going to do here. Okay, first...
Back into history on the...
Apparently MBR does not work. Next, let's get ready for North Country. And once again, no WLS this week because of the time change. And we are going to watch it all happen. So, we can officially confirm that Jacksonville Cox Media no longer relays their tests over their streams. And they have pretty ridiculous pre-stream ads on it now, which normally doesn't happen.
Roots in the song Tensions, Jazz Perfection. Let's move on. Kitty Bear, Dave Holland.
But then also there's actually another thing that's going to be changing in addition to. So it's not just this that this is affecting. This is also going to affect the way that we get our weekly tests in the long run. This is how it's all going to affect it. So now again, a lot of you are very familiar Alright, so again, a lot of you are very familiar with Hawaii testing between 3 and 4 p.m. for the past several months, because remember, this is while we were still doing our weekly test show. So now, because we're moving the clocks forward, this will, however, mean some changes. Yeah, this will mean, however, some changes. So first, the KLHT automated test will go back to happening at 7:59 p.m. So it's going to go back to that. It will not happen at 6:59 now. It will happen at 7:59. So meaning that our time for Hawaii goes forward an hour as well, and back an hour respectively. As such, that's the first change. Second, I would like to try for KHPR. I do want to try for KHPR this week, and I have set the respectable automation for such. And I have set up the automation for such. So we will see what ends up happening with that. And I have everything else ready to go as well. And we're going to see if WFMT runs their weekly on a Monday morning again. That would be nice. Because then we would get them through, we would get them done and over with this quickly. Would be nice though, again, but as I said, well, they have the whole week to do it, so we'll see what ends up happening. So, now let me move on here. So, that's one of the more noticeable changes. So this means Hawaii and the American Samoa will now carry over into the 4 o'clock hour. So, which means that essentially after Yellowstone Public Radio, Montana Public Radio, all of the tests will have to be edited within the 3 o'clock hour instead of the 4 p.m. hour. So that means now Hawaii will happen immediately after Jeopardy. Now, as I was saying about the iPause test last week, actually for the past 2 weeks, I'm sure you all remember that a lot of stations, in fact I think almost all of them on my list, have apparently stopped carrying the iPause test. They've apparently stopped carrying the FEMA iPause test. Well, actually, they haven't stopped carrying iPause test entirely. As far as I know, KSBQ still carries the Santa Barbara County iPause test. That's the that IPOS test is still being carried on there. However, I believe every other station across the country has stopped carrying the FEMA IPOS test. Yeah, I think every station, like every single one over the past 3 weeks, have stopped carrying the FEMA IPOS tests. So, with this being said, I'm going to give all of those stations, and the Georgia IPOS test may have stopped as well. Well, this is not good. This is not good news for a lot of us. So, I am going to give, I think maybe it could be because of the FEMA moving all IPOS stuff over to monthly, like moving all their monthly test stuff over to IPOS, and discontinuing the carriage of the IPOS weeklies over public radio. Personally, that's what I think might be going on here. What might be happening. So those IPOS weeklies will still happen on Monday, but however, it will no longer be carried over public radio. So what this essentially means is that I believe every single cluster may have stopped doing it, like all together as a whole. Now, I don't know what's been going on with John's logger lately, but he seems to be carrying every IPOS test but one. I think it's because it falls under the. I think it's because I think the Pacific IPOS test falls under the Nevada category. Yeah, it's falling under the category of required daily test. Yeah, it's falling under the category of required daily test. And apparently, I thought I was going to miss the Yakima County monthly, but boy, I didn't, because look what they did. They did an IPOS weekly instead. Well, that was amazing. Now, I actually do want to go back to about 3 weeks ago. So let's see. Let's go back to February. I want to go back on KLT to February 20th. Why is this not working? Huh, there we go. Okay. We need to scroll back up to February 20th, because this was the last time that an IPOS test was carried out over public radio. What date are we on? March 11th. We need to get up to February 20th, so we're just gonna let it go for a ride. Speaking of IPOS tests, there is also going to be another change in terms of that schedule. So now the Puerto Rico test happens at 9 a.m. Well, nope, that's not going to be happening anymore, because now Puerto Rico and the East Coast will both be running their IPOS test and their NWR weekly at the same time. So that's right. WSKR, Puerto Rico, and the entire Eastern Seaboard will now run their weeklies simultaneously. So Puerto Rico, San Juan will join the Eastern Seaboard this Wednesday. And that 1 hour gap in between the Alaska and the Hawaii test will return. So that means by the 3 o'clock hour, I won't have to deal with the Hawaii IPOS test, which is nice. I only get to deal with it after Jeopardy. And as for the Samoa test, that will go to 5 p.m. So now we'll once again have the Samoa test right before Mark Levin. So 5 p.m. Central, the Samoa on Monday. Yep, 5 p.m. Central Time, Samoa. That's when it'll be. So then from there, would post both of the compilations together, but where are we at? We gotta keep going up. So that's an important change in terms of the IPOS tests and the NWR stuff. It's mainly like so it's like in terms of the patterns for the territories of the United States. But then again, as for the other stations, their times will not change. WEA will still test between 9 and 12:30, 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. FMT will test within that same time frame as well. NRP will keep its time frame. And essentially every single station I have on my list will keep its respective time frame. However, where are we at? Why are we at March 12th? Oh, that's right, it's Sunday, isn't it? Here, I'll just keep scrolling up the log till we get to where we need to go. And I was a little late in starting the recording on KRMS and forgot to carry the okay, so guys, so here we go. Here's what we have. This is for okay. So here we go. This was as of last week. So apparently the only station that's carrying the IPOS test is this EasyCast thing. Whatever this EasyCast thing is, apparently that looks to be the only one that's carrying the IPOS test as of last week. So it's probably just, I don't know what this EasyCast thing is. I don't know what station it's associated with, but if that's considered the case, then that's really the only station left carrying the IPOS test. But again, we want to go up to February 20th because that was the last time an IPOS test was ever carried out. And I'll show you what it looked like beforehand, as I know he's monitoring all these streams. And speaking of which, also this week, I'm going to be going all out on the incredible radio station fiasco. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have all these stations being monitored simultaneously at the same time. And no, it's not going to be just DC. I'm also adding KLT into this. I'm adding KLT stations into this insanity as well. Here, I'll just keep going up. This is all during that outbreak. So again, I'm going to keep on scrolling here. Now, I'm only going to allow that EasyCast station on this list. However, again, I am going to be keeping that IPOS schedule document in place. However, I am going to be placing a note in there as in addition to updating the patterns. So that in addition to updating the patterns, apparently, yes, sometimes POZ wants to test at random So if they don't test on Wednesday at their usual time, then they'll do it at a random time. So don't know what's up with the logic behind that. Again, I really like what John's doing with the whole logger thing, you know, where he has that dev attached. I like how he's doing that. We're at 227. This was the last, this was the first time that I observed this change. In fact, I'll just go up here and show you. You can see, here we go. This was actually the last time that everybody carried out the IPAWS test, and there's BGY right here. See, this was the only station as of that week to even carry out the IPAWS test over public radio, which honestly at this point a lot of stations have stopped doing. But in fact, I'll go back up to the 20th and you'll be able to see the difference, because by that week only BGY, and yes, only them, managed to run their IPAWS test, and so far everybody else has stopped. So we want to go over to the 20th. That's again Wednesday the 22nd. We want Monday the 20th. I have to do this because sometimes Discord won't play nice with the scrolling. But I'll compare last week's IPAWS test. Okay, here we are. Okay, so here's what was incredible about it. This we can ignore, because this is either something he compiled himself. He probably recreated this himself. It didn't actually happen. But here was last week. But here was the 20th. This was the last week that I ever officially got an IPAWS test over a public radio station. Northern Louisiana is going to premiere his Slight Risk compilation tomorrow. There isn't really that much, though. And I see some folks are getting all the remaining compilations posted. But then again, there's my video of getting stopped by a train at Renwick Road on the way home. As soon as I saw the gates down, I knew, yep, it was time. But yeah. So the 20th was actually the last week everybody did their IPAWS tests. There wasn't even an iPods compilation on the 27th. Don't know how that went missing. And then the following week, this is where things got changed.
Dakota, all of Tennessee, all of Texas.
Yeah, because by this point, that was it. Everybody had stopped. So, yeah, by that very point, everybody had stopped doing it. Yeah, here's TYS. Here's that EasyCast. Here's DON. Here's SRX. Here's XDR doing the Central. UFT running it at random. In fact, I've actually added all of these stations into a list. In fact, this is going to be pretty massive. We're going to see how many we can do. But, I mean, I can honestly tell you there is a lot of them that we're going to be monitoring at the same time.
I mentioned Skomer Island, and that might require a little bit of geographical explanation first of all, so you can put it on the map. Where exactly is it?
That's a very familiar station that we've used before. So then again, after the 27th, that was it. Nobody had officially carried an IPOS test after that except for the EasyCast. So, I'm going to give all the stations one more chance. So on Monday morning, I'm going to give all the stations one more chance. And if they don't run, and if the test does not run, then I'm going to begin the process of removing them from the list. Also, we're going to listen to the final 5 minutes of Central Standard Time. We're also afterward going to see how WBBM reacted to the time change. And then after that, we should be done from this point. So this means I am going to have to make a few changes to the setup. So I'll do the first Eastern Time wording, or Central Time wording, well, Central Daylight Time. I'll do the first Central Daylight Time wording on here. And I think when the clock jumps right to 3 a.m., it's probably not gonna. Alright. Now, because I'm gonna have to pull them up manually, because it won't open automatically. So I gotta remember which order it goes. So then again, that's all the changes. And I have already revised the Monday tests accordingly to go with it. I should also mention that the Guam IPOS test tomorrow will now happen at 8 o'clock p.m. instead of 7 p.m. right before Gold Rush. So the Guam IPOS test will happen right before KDKA, and now the KWAW, that weekly, will now happen at midnight. So between 12 a.m. and 12:15 a.m. I'm going to give it up till 12:15 a.m. to run their test, and then that's it from there. So this will be in the place of WLS this week, again because of the time change. And I think this is still in Central Standard Time, even though the clock is literally about to go forward. I don't know why everything here is being interpreted as Eastern Time. That's kind of strange that this thing is being logged as Eastern Time. Yeah, of course, we're still going to have all this usual stuff as well. The Mountain Time Zone, those mountain things, again, will be skipped. Except for, well, KIKC, that will be skipped. Oh my gosh, this has got to be like one of the biggest changes that has ever been made. You know, since even my weekly test site, and like I I literally just created that iPause station list like weeks, just like 2-3 weeks ago, and already I'm getting ready to decommission it. That's honestly unbelievable what's going on here. But I mean, this does make sense as part of the change. I don't know if everybody else is going to be carrying it again. I guess maybe they finally found a way to shut off the thing. Is that what they call it? That's alright. Alright, folks, here we go. We're going to go ahead and start the streams up.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full of America's music. It's the cradle of the blues, the land where country music took root.
Elsewhere around the region, temperatures were between 33 and 38 degrees. Snow was falling at Midway, Joliet, Aurora, Waukegan, and Rockford. At Kankakee, mixed precipitation was falling. It was cloudy at Moline, Springfield, and Bloomington.
The Weather Channel is already saying Central Daylight Time.
Light snow. Here is the forecast for the Chicago metropolitan area. Rest of tonight, snow with rain likely late in the evening, then snow after midnight. Snow accumulation around an inch. Lows in the lower 30s.
Then again, as for both EMFs, their next test will be on.
100%. Sunday, cloudy. A chance of light snow with a slight chance of light rain.
Then again, their next test will be on. Then again, their next test will be on. You got a lot of snow, dang. But then again, as I'm saying here, just for EMF wise.
Isolated snow showers after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Lows in the upper 20s. West wind 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 40%. Monday, cloudy. A chance of snow, mainly in the morning. Some snow accumulation possible.
Alright, folks. The clock. Alright. Here we go, folks. It is time to spring forward in the Midwest.
Becoming partly cloudy. Lows 18 to 22. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. Tuesday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 20s in the suburbs, but in the mid-20s downtown. Wednesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 40s. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 40s. Thursday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain in the morning, then rain likely in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 50s. Chance of precipitation 50%. Thursday night, rain likely. Lows in the lower 30s. Chance of precipitation 70%. Friday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and snow in the morning. Highs in the upper 30s. Chance of precipitation 40%. Friday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow in the evening. Lows in the lower 20s. Chance of precipitation 30%. Saturday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the lower 30s. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, KZZ 81.
Okay, here comes the first Central Daylight Time wording.
And Northwest Indiana. The current time is 3:01 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Now.
Trying to get to the view. I'm at the bottom, but the sky's still pretty damn blue. They say heaven is somewhere on the other side.
Alright. I'll go ahead and upload that little snippet. Alright. The Central Daylight Time wording is up. Alright. Now, normally we would stay on for the mountain stuff, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be a massive gap in between these last two tests, so I'm going to very much end the show here after that. So after this test here, we will say goodnight, and we will we'll discuss a few more changes about tomorrow's severe weather outbreak, that is, and the schedule, and then we'll be on our way. Hey Google, play Maverick 105.
Streaming Maverick 105 from
Okay, KBTN, KJML. Okay. So there you go, folks. You've just witnessed the clock going forward live. Okay, here we go. Alright, and that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. First, clear that discussion of that downstream watch. Alright, let me go ahead and put in what we have so far. First, the moment the clocks go forward, then KIKV. And then, of course, that test which followed. And then, of course, that one that we just got. Thing is over 40 minutes already. Dang, that's how long that thing is. Alright, so I won't need the camera for the rest of the night. And probably not going to need this either, so I'll get rid of that. Okay, so now we have a few more things to talk about before we actually go. Now, again, I do want to show you that the mountain test will be skipped. If I look at Miles City, Montana here, you can see it still says 1:07 a.m. It happens at 2:10 a.m. So that's why it's being skipped for this week. Why is it that every time I do it in landscape, even though the orientation is locked in landscape mode, it forces it to portrait? I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's a bug that the Weather Channel has even acknowledged. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but all I can say is that it just happens. That's really all I can explain. But anyway, there we go. The first discussion in Central Daylight Time. Let's see, some of the climate summaries have gone out too. There's the first Eastern Daylight Time. Watch number 65 has expired. Well, number 65 has been canceled. We have 66 still in effect, although that's looking like that one's actually getting close to expiration. So that's actually getting close to expiration. In fact, I think we might actually reach that expiration a little early, because I'm actually starting to see that line of storms in Mississippi start to weaken. However, not for long though, because I start to see some re-intensification somewhere in the Shreveport area. Yeah, somewhere around the Jackson, New Orleans area. That's where I expect to see that actually happen. Nope, the Mountain Time Zone's not happening this week because of the time change. But then again, so Jackson also just issued the last forecast package in Central Standard Time, and I think I was actually the first one to put up the Central Daylight Time wording. Yeah, I think I was actually the first one. Yeah, I think this is looking nearly done. So, yeah, I'm going to stop monitoring all this stuff by this point here. Neptune has a Kato as well.
18 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Well, I actually was the first one to do it. I think I was the first one to do... Yeah, wow, this is amazing. I was the first one to do the first Central Daylight Time wording. I was the very first one. Very nice. But yeah, then again. Okay. But then again. So let's go to the day one outlook. I think this makes sense too, because again, remember, we have this slight risk here. As you can see, it's going to be a pretty massive one at that. So, oh boy, just get ready. We got Jackson, Mobile, Peachtree City will partially be in this. Tallahassee will as well. Jacksonville, Birmingham, New Orleans, Charleston, South Carolina is in this too. This is gonna be. It's gonna be a. It's not gonna be as It's gonna be a massive. It's not. It's gonna be a large slight risk, but not as large as one may think. And they see this. So that's what we have for tomorrow. But as for the rest of the night tonight, I think the outlook. I think the risk is pretty much diminishing. Because as of right now, this is all we have left. In fact, this was never changed from when we first started. So I gotta say, they did a good job putting this out. Including that marginal in California. They did a really good job. So that's the day one. Here's tomorrow. Now this is invalid because this is tomorrow, because this is today's day one. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this all day today, all day tomorrow. We're gonna keep an eye out on that. And then that marginal risk, that was from Monday. Here is Tuesday. It's pretty quiet. And so far it does not look like anything for Wednesday. So Monday we will see some of the updated changes in we will see what ends up happening here in terms of that. But again, we still have watch number 66 in effect. That goes till 7 a.m. later this morning. Consider it in Central Daylight Time.
Two leaders with combat tours to Afghanistan. She as a transportation corps officer, and he as an Army Ranger infantry officer. Among their honors, both are Bronze Star recipients. Please welcome Captains Gisela and Brett Kennedy.
This was the national anthem at both the St. Louis Blues and Blackhawks games earlier this evening.
And now, let's sing loud and proud with the voice of Bolt Station, retired U.S. Air Force Technical Sergeant Sonia Bryson Kirksey, as she performs our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies red glittering at wave. Oh, the nicely done as always, Sonia Bryson.
Yeah, that was from our game. However, of course, 101 ESPN always likes to get the second half to near end, like the half of the second half of the anthem, or like near the end of it, like pretty much the last quarter of the anthem, I should say. That's really how I'm sure this is all expected to go. All the Burger King songs in one.
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper.
So that's but again, as I was saying, I'm actually going to go on a massive station monitoring spree, and we're going to actually monitor all of these. Well, not all of these, but some of them. Like this one, there's like so many of them. We're going to monitor all of them at once. It's going to be incredible. It is going to be unbelievable what the final result will be once I start monitoring all this stuff. This thing came out a long time ago.
Mississippi, southwestern AM Central Daylight Time. At 3:10 a.m.
Apparently this area of the logger is broken again. It's because it's most likely because they're fixing the thing, so that way it fits well with the new time zone. I'm sure all the Black Box games have converted over to the new time zone as well. They should have. I'm assuming they did. Yes, they all did. All right. Well, we do have a lot of good games coming up here, and then on April. Well, let's go through the. Well, while we're at it, let's go through the entire schedule so y'all can get a good idea of what's going to be happening this week. I'll go ahead and take the card off, and I'm not going to need this because I'm going to need the main broadcasting for tomorrow. So now I was a little late in recording KRMS, and I didn't even bother playing audio for WBGY. Now that's because I was continuing work on those screens. I don't really have too much more left to go because all I have to do, because just before we got on the air here, I finished, well actually just before the midnight chaos, the stuff that usually happens at midnight and such like that. Just before all that, I did take care of all the Wednesday screens. I got those taken care of. Get this out of here. So now the only things that I have left to do are the Thursday stations, the stations for Thursday. I have to take care of the stations for Thursday now. And then I think maybe a few other ones for Friday. And then I have to add in the new ones for Saturday. I'll have to add those as well. And then after I do that, I'll take care of all of the I'll take care of the stations in the other section of my website. And then I will also take care of the stations that are in the severe weather recommended stations list. And then once we have all that said and done, the AM/FM screens should be ready to go. Again, like I said, I am hoping to debut them by the end of this month. I am hoping to debut those new screens for our regular channel viewers by, again, the end of this month. That's what I'm hoping, at the least. And yeah, I'm going to skip all that stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and exit Discord because we don't need it. I'm going to leave the drive plugged in for a little bit. Again, because I want to... Oh, jeez. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of already starting to feel the effects. There was a lot of experts out there saying how the spring forward rollback thing can affect a person's health. But it does actually, I think it actually does make sense in terms of their advice. Yeah, I had the volume like all the way down because I was playing around with. Because earlier, as the severe weather event was getting started, I was playing around with combining the "Don't You Forget About My Love" song, the one that we used for the Street View video of not the Street View video, but the actual driving video of I-55 and 294. I am actually looking forward to using that in a Street View video because it's been used in a real driving video. We already used Save Me, so I would love to pick another good song like that and use it in another video of such. So, and again, like I said, I will take care of the Street View stuff tomorrow. If I can't, then I will most likely take care of it on Monday in between the IPOS tests. But I'm going to go ahead and explain. So with the remaining time we have, I'm going to go ahead and actually explain the entire week in detail. So first, let's start with tomorrow. So hopefully this Central Daylight Time change won't affect Wait, Don't Tell Me. It shouldn't. So what's going to happen tomorrow? So again, we're going to do our Wait, Don't Tell Me show at 11 a.m. as usual. We were so close to having to delay Wheel of Fortune earlier this evening. We were so close to delaying it to tomorrow during the Wait, Don't Tell Me show. So I think because of how short Thursday really is, I think we'll probably get through that whole thing within the hour, within that entire Wait, Don't Tell Me show. Because, I mean, there's only like 13 stations in the Thursday section, so it's actually pretty small. It's a pretty small section. Friday is, well, a little more, but I mean, I've already taken care of a lot of these, so I've already taken care of a lot of these stations. Because, I literally started on the Friday section and then continued working our way from there. There's still a few more that I have to add. And I'll have to listen to that pre-roll again. So that way I know what stations to exactly mark down on here before I continue. That I will probably take care of later on tomorrow as well. Again, that all depends on what happens in terms of the severe weather event. And then after I get all these done, then after I get all these done, I'll start putting down all the others. So I'll put down the stations in the other column, and then I'll go toward the ones that I have in that folder of stations. And then after I do that, I'll start going through the severe weather recommended stations list, and I'll mark down the ones that are recommended for use for severe weather alerts. I'll be creating screens exclusively for them, and then after that's done, then that should be the end of that thing. Then I'll just gather them all in a folder, send that over, and then that's it. Then that's really all there is to it. So we're getting closer and closer here to these new screens potentially debuting. And again, I'll start making them fully usable on my channel by the end of this month, again, as I was saying. So it should be around spring break or so that I will start using these screens. And by the time this comes, you're going to notice a pretty dramatic change in my videos. But let me continue on here with the Sunday section. Now, I don't really think we have too many sports stuff going on, except we have another preseason game that's going to be at 3 p.m. against the Angels. However, I don't think we're going to broadcast that because how our Sundays usually go. So we will not be able to broadcast that, I don't think. But and then usually at 6 p.m. we would have America's Funniest Home Videos. However, that's not going to be happening this week because of the Oscars. Because of the Oscar Awards, the 95th Annual Oscars Awards, the AFV will not be happening this week. It will return next week with another all-new set of videos for us to enjoy and laugh at and whatnot. So yeah, it's gonna be it's a little different of a week too. But anyway, and then we'll come back on at 9 o'clock for our Ticket to Ride program, which yes was the first game we played at played at my nanny. that was the first game he played. And I did actually apply the skill that I've obtained, or strategy that I've obtained from the mobile game, which I'm sure a lot of you who have been watching the Ticket to Ride show since we debuted it in October, following the series finale of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Plainfield TV. Yeah, following the finale of that, I think that show was like short-lived. I mean, it lasted like a good, I don't know, when did we debut that thing? September, July? Yeah, I think I recall it was July we debuted. It only lasted like 3 months on our station, and that was it. There wasn't any, didn't get any additional things at all. But yeah. So then we'll do our Ticket to Ride show. And because I am off of school on Monday, once again, yay, I like it when this happens. But anyway, we get these Sunday tests, and this time with the new schedule. So again, the Guam station will now be at midnight. So that Guam station will not happen at midnight. Again, we stopped doing the Tampa iHeart test, so yeah, we stopped doing that. And then, so yeah, we stopped doing that, and so yeah, then we'll carry over the changes with the iPOS stuff, and yeah, we will do that as we go. Now this time we are going to acknowledge WJOU because this is its usual time. Also, let me pull up WRMF because that's coming next. Because that's going to be coming next after that. But and because I'm going to be off of school that Monday, that means I'm going to stay up a little longer, so we can bring you the. Tulsa Cumulus cluster and Albany iHeart clusters, so we can bring you those, and then after that we'll be all done. And then on Monday morning we will bring you We'll bring you the 11 a.m. iPOS test, including the KGDD automated test. And then we'll bring you those. Hubbard Radio. All right. So let me put these in. All right. And that is it for a while. Let me continue on with the list. So let me continue on again with the list. So then on Monday, of course, like I was saying, we are going to do the Minecraft, the iPod stuff. And then after that, 4 p.m., we're going to begin our Minecraft show. We're going to start it at 4 p.m. Of course, we'll go through the word of the day. So we're going to go through like all the remaining tests that I got during the day, and then after that we're going to jump right to Minecraft. And also, Classic Concentration will also return to our primetime schedule as well. So we'll have the Classic Concentration Marathon at 4 p.m. at 4:30 p.m. respectively, right before Masterminds. And in fact, those will be back with all new episodes. So I'll have to look at the schedule for this week, for this week, and see if there's going to be all new episodes like all week. I'm assuming it'll be all week, so we'll see what happens there. So of course, we'll do our Minecraft show that day. Yeah, of course, we're really excited to. Of course, we're really excited to bring the show to you once again while I'm off from school. So, yeah, that's for Monday. And then as for Tuesday, however, this is going to be another noticeable change. Because I'm off on school on Monday, and I usually do our weather scan streams on Monday, that means we're going to do the weather scan stream on Tuesday. So, we're pushing our weather scan morning stream to Tuesday. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's right. The Tuesday will be the Indiana statewide tornado drill. That's right. The Indiana statewide tornado drill will be on Tuesday the 14th. I just noticed. I just remembered that myself. So, all right. So let me revise what I was saying. So Tuesday we have the Indiana statewide tornado drill. Now, just like last week, I'm going to do the exact same thing. So just like we did for Illinois' drill last week, I'm going to do the exact same thing. However, it's going to be in the exact same style that St. Louis usually does. So, of course, we're going to stream the Indiana drill, which will happen at 9:15 a.m. As far as I can recall from the past. It will be done at 9:15 a.m. Now, we know South Carolina has gone to the weekly test code officially, when in the past they used to do the live code. Missouri had actually done the same thing as well. Therefore, St. Louis actually counted both Missouri and Illinois as their weekly for this week on that Tuesday. But for whatever reason, they decided to do it on Wednesday morning as well. I don't know why. Maybe they wanted to set the test message back so they don't get their people confused out if that's with the drill message or not. But I think it makes sense as to why. So yeah, we'll be seeing the same story from Chicago. So we're gonna bring in the Indiana statewide tornado drill tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but on Tuesday. Of course, we're gonna bring it to you. So we're gonna cover the Indiana statewide. So again, like I was saying, we are going to cover the Indiana state celebrating 6 years of the GWEAS. Yay! That's awesome. Anyway. We are going to cover the Indiana statewide tornado drill. Of course, we're going to bring it to you live as it happens. Apparently the time has, and it says it will be using the live code, and so I'm assuming that is going to be the case. Okay. Now, there isn't too many monthlies going on that Tuesday, so I don't know how long we should actually let it run. I'm actually kind of considering debating shortening the stream, but you know what? I still want to run it even though there's very few tests, There's still very few tests to deal with. But let me go through. So the main attraction would come first, the Indiana drill, then the KVSH test, then WKY, then Missouri, then all the other stuff. So I'll probably just leave John Vlogger on screen so you can watch all the IPOS tests come out. Then we have the Fresno. Then we have the Fresno monthly test, Kern as well. Oh yeah, 11:37 a.m. is also Connecticut. I forgot. Yeah. So yeah, 11:37 a.m. is Connecticut. Then we have Fresno, Kern, then San Francisco, Washington State, Kansas, and then that's really it. Now it says Lake Mendocino is inconsistent with alerts. Now, if WQBE runs their weekly on Tuesday, then if they run their weekly late Monday night into Tuesday morning, then I will actually try for the Lake Mendocino test and see how inconsistent they are. However, it's going to be difficult though, because I don't think anybody's been able to find any stations for that region. And then of course that Wednesday we have the Virgin Islands test, we have Georgia, and we got a whole bunch of stuff. So this is going to be the last week before DC. And then we have a few other, and then next Wednesday will be the Ohio drill. We got a whole bunch of drills this week. Well, we only have one though, but yeah. So I know that this Tuesday stream is going to be a little shorter, but I think we still have enough capabilities, and I might actually have my thinking of running it, because I know how much you all want to hear the Bearcats warning siren for the very first time. Now, we were unable to do that. We were unable to do that. We were unable to do that about a week ago, which I'm sure you all remember that surprise, because that tornado warning was a surprise. Like, I was not expecting it. So I just thought, okay, well, I guess nothing's going to happen, so let's just run the weather scan. Well, I was wrong, so so instead, you got to see weather scan in severe weather mode during a weekday morning stream. That's wonderful. I think that's actually a first for the network. Now, I actually want to know if that live code tornado warning is actually going to go through the weather scan. I'm actually going to be quite surprised if it does. So you know what? We're going to see what actually happens. We're going to actually see what happens if that live code tornado warning goes through all those social media things, or yeah, it'll probably be marked as a test. But that's what I think it is. So what I'll do for the Indiana drill is I'm going to set everything onto Lockport. Well, any station that serves Indiana, I'm going to set them all to all code so they can all activate for the warning. And I'll set them all on Lockport. And of course like last time, I'll have the lacrosse up on the side on camera so you can watch it hear sound the it doesn't really have a tornado warning. It doesn't really have a siren at all, but what it'll do is as soon as it receives the test tornado warning message, it'll just crank up to full blast. So this is going to be a great sensation, and you will not want to miss it. I know, boy, I don't want to miss it either. But anyway, let's continue on. So then that night, of course, we have our Roblox show. 7:30 p.m. will be the Blackhawks and the Bruins. And then, of course, Wednesday night we'll have our first weekly test show with the new schedule. Thursday the 16th, we'll have a 7 p.m. game against the Predators in Nashville. And then Friday, of course, that Friday we'll do our Friday Fun Night show as usual. But then what about the morning stream, however? Of course, Wednesday morning we're going to run our usual weekly test stream. But then what about our weather scan stream? We're actually going to postpone it to Thursday. So Thursday the 16th, we're going to do our weather scan stream. However, Friday, if I feel like it, I may actually want to run a second one. Again, that's all on me. If I want to run a second weather scan stream on Friday morning, then I'll run a second weather scan stream. We won't have any sports games that night. And then March 18th, we have a very late game. 9:30 p.m. against the Arizona Coyotes. So that's really all that's going on this week. But then let me continue through with the rest of the Blackhawks schedule. Monday the 20th, we'll have an 8 p.m. game against Colorado. Thursday the 23rd, we'll have a 6 p.m. game against the Capitals. Saturday the 25th, we'll have a 4 p.m. game against the Wild. The day after will be a 5 p.m. game against the Canucks. It's going to feel like Mark Levin, but on the weekend. But anyway. And then Tuesday the 28th will be a 7:30 p.m. game against the Stars. And then Thursday the 30th, y'all want to be ready for this, because it's going to be because this is going to be the very last Blackhawks Blues crossover of the season. And that will be on Thursday the 30th. It's going to be unbelievable. And then on Saturday the 1st, 7 p.m., we'll play against New Jersey. Tuesday the 4th will be an 8 p.m. game against the Flames. April 6th, which is a Thursday, will be a 9 p.m. game against the Canucks. The 8th will be a 9 p.m. game against the Kraken. The Monday the 10th will be an 8 p.m. game against the Wild again. And then the night after, Tuesday, will be a 6:30 p.m. against the Pittsburgh Penguins. Oh, yes. I'm sure Antonio is going to be doing reactions to this game and everything like that. It's going to be amazing. So, again, the Blues and the Penguins and the Wild. Oh, yeah, you all do not want to miss that. Those are going to be great games. So, yeah, that's really the whole schedule. But yeah, this has been. But yeah, that's really what the. But that's really what the whole schedule like. So that's really what the whole schedule is like at this point. All right, so with that being said, that is going to do it for us here tonight. Here on our Sunday morning weekly test show. Although we started it early, you got to watch the time. But then you got to see the moment the clock goes forward, and now the Mountain Time Zone will be going forward here in a little bit. I'll get that moment live. Pacific, I don't know. But, you know what? Maybe I will. We will see what ends up happening. But anyway, with that said, that is going to do it for us here tonight on Plainfield. So that's going to do it for all of us here on So yeah, that again is going to do it for us here tonight on Plainfield TV. We thank you very much for watching. And now before we go, of course, we have to tell you that Plainfield TV is owned and operated by the SPC Plainfield Media Corporation, and that any and all alerts heard during the broadcast today can be reused for archival purposes only. However, However, if you re-upload my content without permission or reuse any of my content without special permission, well, without special permission for any other use other than archival, then that's when I would announce a copyright takedown. Then again, that is something I don't ever want to do. I've so far only done it once in my channel's history, and I don't want to have to do it again, because that would be bad. But anyway, then again, that is it. We hope you'll join us again here tomorrow morning as we bring you our Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me show and the very beginning of the Bubble Guppies Mega Marathon on that Pluto TV channel, the same one that kicks off our Roblox show finale. So can't wait to see how that ends up happening. But anyway, with that said, until then. Oh yeah, I'm really tired. But anyway, up until then, we thank you for watching. Yeah, we thank you again very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. for our Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me show. But anyway, up until then, have a great rest of your night.